And there we go. I've got that microphone on. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, you are watching VolcanoX, a live stream. And glad to have you all on board. Yay, Doc. Thanks, Sophie. And thank you, Hermione, for the welcome. And DJ saying, Doctor, Doctor. And, I went to the doctor once. I said, Doctor, Doctor, it hurts when I do this. He says, well, don't do that. Oh, Sue Hayes. Hi, Doc. I hear you. I hope you can. That is awesome. And the cottage cheese in the spaghetti. I don't know about that. That's a little different, but each to his own. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all here. Before we get into things, first off, usually I say hello to all our moderators, so I'm going to say hello to Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and possibly some of the others like Joseph or Lucas that may be hiding in the background. Anyway, Piggy won't be here tonight in the show. And I'll give a quick explanation here. Don't know much details, but apparently Kermit had to go to the hospital, and Piggy is there with him now. Kermit has a concussion. The roof of his man cave partially collapsed. So, yeah, he ended up getting a concussion from it. The hubby, yes, that's correct, DJ. Kermit, yes. And, Kermit and Piggy. So, yeah, this is not good. Before we get too far, I just wanted to kind of bring people to some little detail of something here that, because I don't have any details. And for something to collapse, usually there has to be a reason. Anyway, we zoom in here on the map to the island of Kos. Piggy lives about here on the island. And if you take a look, there was a bunch of quakes in her area. There's a 3.1 that happened at 1:52 a.m. today, UTC. There is a 3.5 that happened at 2:33 yesterday or today. This one 3.2 yesterday at 7:50, and then this guy from yesterday as well, 7:45. It's a 3.8, a little bit bigger. And then of course we'll get rid of that, and we'll take a look at this one here. This is a 4.2. That happened this afternoon at 1844, and I'm suspecting that may have been what brought the roof down. I'm not sure, but I'm hoping that everything is okay with Kermit. As Piggy mentioned, he does have a concussion, but I don't think there's anything life-threatening, so that is good. But hopefully they'll get things resolved, and this is not something you need before Christmas. Not that kind of a mess where the roof collapsed in your home, and or partially. But that is, yeah, it's not a good thing. Anyway, I figured bring you up to speed on that so you know where we're at there. And anyway, welcome to all of you. First off, hope all the moderators are okay. And let's carry on with saying hello to everyone else in the house. And we'll start out with saying hi to DJ Puff the Third and Sue Hayes and Kevin Haynes and Kathy and Juliet. Welcome all of you. Sarah Miles is here. Henry Nelson. And Yvonne Kunkel with the hot foot. Welcome, Yvonne. Sophie is also here. King Colin Deadman in the house. Going up a little bit more. Dave Kruk made it in. Good to see you. Hermione Schaefer with Fluffy. Welcome. Oli Larson also here. Sarah Miles, did I say you? No, I don't know if I did. Anyway, welcome. Kathy is here. Yeah, we got Kathy. Sophie, we got. Welcome. And going up some more. One Fish 26 in the house, as well as Kevin Haynes. We got Henry, we got Juliet. Going up a little bit more, looking for more wonderful names. Dave, we got. Oli, we got. Okay, who else is in here? Boy, you guys chat lots. That is good, though. That's what it's all about, really. You know, good family spirit here, where everybody is not afraid to say hi and all that nice stuff, and it's all good. We like it. Still scrolling up though, and I'm looking for more wonderful people that I may not have mentioned as of yet. And let's see, I know OFU Lux from Luxembourg flew in. Welcome, OFU Lux. And let's see, who else we got? By the way, how do you keep the space? You must have a defroster on that spacecraft of yours. I guess, mind you, you know, you get going fast enough, the speed will burn off all the ice particles. But hopefully it's okay. Anyway, still scrolling up here, looking for more names. Let's see, who we got? We got Grandma B is in the house. Welcome, Grandma B. And Robert and Chandel also here. Welcome. Lizoid also came in. Good to have you on board. And still scrolling up some more. Silicone Avatar and Epically Epic also here. Good to have you guys on board. And still scrolling up looking for more. And hey, whoa, oh, careful. Careful, that chopper's gonna make... Oh, hang on, you guys. Hold on to your socks. Things are gonna get rough. Really rough. They're gonna beat up the camera and everything. You guys get to watch this. I'm surprised the lightsabers didn't come out. Anyway, I'm still scrolling up here looking for more names. Linda Schoof, welcome. Glad to have you here. Henry Nelson. Oh, there goes the earthquake. They're coming in for a landing. Oh boy. And I'm up as far as I can see. Don't see any other names up at the top that we didn't mention already, so all good. Go back to the bottom, and let's see, did I miss anyone here? Teresa is in the house, and Thor also made it in. Welcome, you guys. And let's see, who else popped in? Judy L, good to have you on board. Did I mention Juliet? Yes, I think I did. And I think we're just about there. So, David Gaspar, sorry. Welcome on board. And let's see, who else? Anyone else that I missed? I think I got you all. If I did not mention your name, it wasn't on purpose. I do sometimes miss names, and you're still welcome no matter what. And, you know, even if I didn't mention your name. So, all cool. Anyway, near the end of this video here, I don't know how far they went with their recording, but when I recorded it, we had definitely seen them messing with the camera. And I don't know what was going on. I think they may have... wanted to take over or something. These didn't look like USGS hands that I seen in front of it. I'm kidding. I have no idea who went to the camera. But they moved it around a bunch, and it was kind of weird. And there it goes, see? I don't know what they're doing to it. They're really messing with it. And that is not an earthquake. That is human intervention. And that's after the helicopter landed and these guys got out and started messing with things. So they missed where it was going. Hey, Thor throws in a gift membership. Thank you kindly, Thor. And gifted the one membership. And who was it? Robert Frary got it. Cool. So awesome. Robert, congratulations, Robert Frary, for getting that wonderful free 1 month membership that Thor purchased there. That is awesome. Anyway, Pam, oh, hang on. Let me look at what's going on here. Let me read this. I'll be right back here. Okay, just read the thing here. So, yeah, Piggy is back home. No, you got audio. Just relax, Sophie. I was just reading, so it's all good. Yeah, the sound is here. It should be. Can you guys hear me? I hope you can. I just mentioned, hey, just hang on a second. I got to read something. And, okay, you can hear me? Cool. I thought I was all right with that. USGS don't know how to manage a camera. Well, Yvonne, it's fighting back. it's a worthy opponent for those guys. And, of course, you know, they're trying to stay out of its view. So clean it off and then get the info card. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there was Obi-Wan going, "These are not the drones you are looking for." Oh, boy. Rod Sterling, I would do this just for fun. Yeah, lots of fun. Anyway, okay, we're going to leave that be. Let's not worry about that. That's just about over anyway. And they do get the camera back up after a while, and that's all okay. Anyway, we'll pause that and we'll leave it there. We're gonna go head over to. Well, actually, let's stay on that one. We'll talk about what's going on there in Hawaii. Just gotta find where my Hawaii stuff is. Boy, it's hard to find things after the mayhem. I didn't get very good sleep last night, as you guys may have noticed yesterday when our stream dropped. And of course, I was on the line with tech support for about an hour, and they came to the conclusion that, oh, they need to send out a technician because my modem is bad. Well, at 2:30, it magically started working again. And this morning, I got a phone call from the service provider saying, well, we found the problem. It was out at some site, you know, down the road here near in one of the boxes where something was wrong. And they won't say exactly what was wrong. They had to replace something. And of course, that was because, gee, my modem was bad, because the tech support has no clue what they're doing. And, you know, they're going by a script or a book, and it really, really irks me sometimes. Sorry, it's just a sore point, guys. It really is. Anyway, it is working, and that is a good thing. Anyway, let's pop over updates real quick. Let's see if we can turn that off and we get the right size screen. There we go. So basically updates from yesterday, the ones they issued at 4:46 p.m. Hawaii as standard time. Anyway, the lava, okay, Fissure 3 vent continues to erupt. But the supply of lava was reduced this morning. Okay, lava was overtopping channels near a vent with extending no further than 2.75 miles or 4.4 kilometers from the vent. That was at approximately 9:30, and that's yesterday morning, of course. Now it's slowed down quite a bit. Anyway, going through here, it's kind of remains stalled 1.7 miles or 2.8 kilometers from Saddle Road, so they don't need to worry too much about that right now. And we think that, I personally think that Mauna Loa is going to go back to sleep soon. Anyway, sulfur dioxide emission rates at approximately 130,000 tons per day, measured on the 7th. So that's already 2 days old, but since today it wasn't doing a heck of a lot, that number may have gone back down quite significantly. Volcanic gas is rising higher and vertically into the atmosphere before being blown to the west at high altitude and generating a volcanic air pollution. Well, all right, and in the areas downwind. Hawaii, in what? VOG information dashboard, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you got, if you go to this site, I'm going to drop this link in here, and you guys can read through it on your own if you have that desire. This way you will be up to date and informed. Anyway, that is what, in a nutshell, basically things have slowed down a whole bunch. So we're not going to see too much more action from this in the near future. Getting my other screen back up here. So real quick at what we're looking at here. Of course, that is the flow map from the 8th of Mauna Loa. And I just want to point a few things out on that flow map. Of course, we'll start out with, here's the primary or main vent, the original outpouring that didn't last very long. And then, of course, everything else that came along in that area here. And there's Fissure 3, and of course they show an outbreak point here where the flow came out of the channels at 10 a.m. yesterday, and that changed directions and kept things a little bit further up here, closer to the vent or the fissure. And also when it was flowing down, there were blockages down in these areas as well, and it rerouted itself and spread out a little bit wider. The area up here on the flow front, a very, very little advancement, and they didn't even consider what was, if that was going to move too much further. And that is kind of what it is. And if we go back and even look at yesterday's, I guess I got to get them all in the same lineup here. If we do that, you can kind of see the differences. So this one, oh, what the heck happened there? I had these all lined up. Anyway, that's the 7th, that is the 8th. So if we go back to that one, that's showing the 8th as well. Oh, I guess things changed. I must have changed overnight and took all my other stuff away. But anyway, this is new right in here, definitely, and that is what we're seeing. And interesting to see, and I'm also very interested in this because that will possibly force another flow over top of the observatory road, and we'll see how that goes. Welcome, Oz. Glad to have you on board, and good to see you. And let's see what else we got going on there. And that's about it for Hawaii, you guys. Everything else is pretty calm and cool and collected, and we know that our fissure there, of course, is this was another one of the videos This one was a little bit after the one we had just watched, I believe. And if we let that play, we'll make that screen a little bigger. There we go. You can actually see, you know, literally, this is nowhere near as big of a plume as what we had going on yesterday. And yesterday's was small in comparison to what we had the day before. So it is definitely starting to drop off in activity. And that is about it. Does he think this is the end? The end of what, Bloxy? The end of the world? No. The world will still continue. It will continue to rotate. And it will continue to have volcanic activity. Oh, the eruption. You know, for now, I think it may end up taking a break. I really do. I for some reason, I've always had this gut feeling that this thing wasn't going to be a long-term event. And, you know, the previous one that they had lasted, what was it, 25 days. And that was back in '84. And this one is even shorter. So, I don't know. It is interesting to observe it, though. And still fascinates the living daylights out of me that this gooey lava hot stuff comes out of the ground to begin with. But it's interesting. One of the things I did want to mention here, look at the amount of smoke coming off the back side of this thing. That's not coming from the primary vent here. That's coming from the backside. And I wonder if there's another hole back there that we don't know about. Would love to have seen what was going on. Anyway, we'll leave that to its devices here and see. Yes, Meridalier didn't last long. No, that one didn't either. Siggy's Fisher, yeah, it was short-lived as well. It was. But we hope we get more. Yeah. And anyway, that's looking pretty awesome. Let's go over to Iceland since we're talking about it. We'll see if there's anything there. Well, there's the capital city of Reykjavik. That is always nice. I like that place. They got good hot dogs. Oh, let's go back and see what their day looked like. We'll even try to find some sunshine. 9 hours and 20 minutes ago. And we will see something. There we go. A little bit of sunshine and a lot more snow up on the back hills here. Especially noticeable over here. Now that we can actually see it without clouds. But, yep. Not overly sunny there because the sun doesn't get up very high on that angle at this time of year, and that is very, very cool. One thing we know is that they are unpredictable. Yes, absolutely, Bloxy. That's the one thing we can guarantee. Volcanoes are unpredictable. That is 100% a very proven fact, and no qualms about it. Here's our other view. Of course, looking over, we see they have the church all lit up. Really nice. Wish we had a close-up of that. We'll see. Maybe we can find one somewhere for tomorrow's show or something. Anyway, let's go back about 9.5 hours on this one as well. And that looked pretty nice, fairly dry looking, so wasn't anything major going on. Hopefully everyone there was okay. Actually, this one, if we go ahead a little bit, they didn't have too bad of a sunset. And let's see if we can find that. Yeah, like that. That was, and they have very long sunsets there, you guys. It takes a really long time for that thing to go down because they're on such a low angle to begin with, right? Anyway, that looks pretty awesome. A very nice shot of the skyline there. and everything looking pretty snazzy. And of course the cameras that we just looked at here are mounted on top of the Perlin Center, and that is in Reykjavik, capital city of Iceland. All right, moving on to our next one, and that would be over at the where Katla is located, and you can see the ice mound over here. So we do still have some cool moonlight happening, and we can see a flicker of a star up there, which is pretty cool. But let's back that up a bunch of hours as well. Since we're picking about 9 hours and 20 minutes, we'll do the same thing here and give a fair comparison. And again, you see how reddish that sun looks, and that is because it is on a very low angle. Also, there is a lot of SO2 in the air, even though it is clear skies. That SO2 gas is still up there, and that may be adding some redness to the sky. Of course, that is Katla, and Katla likes being underneath there, and right now it's sleeping, and it's good. $10 a hot dog plus a drink equals Iceland cheap eats. Actually, hang on, what did I pay for a hot dog there? I paid about 4,000 kroners, whatever that turns into. 3,990 kroners is what the hot dogs usually were, depending on where you went, but somewhere in that ballpark. So, yeah, I don't know. That's about $8, not quite $8 Canadian. So that would have been all right. That's about $6 US. One big laugh. Yep, actually that is it's because they're a bigger hot dog and everything. It's actually a fair price, I think, and they are delicious. They are delicious. Wow, hot dog here is generally 2 digits. What? 2 digits kroners? Yeah, I guess. Bigger bucks. So, depending on where you are. But I do like them over there. I thought for the price, they were reasonable, and it was a good meal. I liked it anyway. It's kind of a European or German style wiener that they use on there. So it tasted really good. Yeah, Yvonne had them. She knows. Anyway, so yeah, Katla is one of our wonderful volcanoes there, and it is quiet, and it's resting and being peaceful, lying in the low-lying sun. So we'll leave that there. I'm going to put this back to live and the other one back to live, so we know where we're at. And there we go. Let's pop over to the harmonic tremor charts. I haven't had too much of a look at these for a while here. I was out this afternoon, so gonna refresh and see what we've got happening. The one that we are showing right now, of course, is Grindavik, because we are not seeing any activity at Fagradalfjall, or at least weren't. But anyway, looking at what we see, downward trend, looks like we did have a quake in the area, but I don't think there's anything. If there's nothing happening here, I doubt very much that we're going to have anything happening at Ragnar itself either. But just to check, we will go there and make sure the chart is functioning or not. And no, we don't have any data, nothing at all. And hopefully we'll see some come from there soon. We want it. Anyway, we're going to slide down here and take a look at the Krusvik. And Krusvik is, where is it? It's here somewhere. Way down. There it is. Okay, so there's Krusvik, and you can see it too had that spike right at the end of the day there, and a few little ones in between. So Seeing that they are both on the same general downward trend, and you can imagine that we will be doing our thing. That turns into a duck, Sophie. What is happening? Who's ducking? Gas balloon? Balloon gas? No, what the heck? Uh, okay, I don't know what they're doing. Okay, Sophie, you are using too much laughing gas. Uh-oh. Too much laughing gas. We can't do that. All right, enough of that. Anyway, let's just looking at that. It is what it is. I'm not going to bother going up to the Astja one. We know that one doesn't work either. So, anyway, not a heck of a lot of earthquakes happening in Iceland right now, and this is kind of weird. And of course, the first thing that I looked at is, okay, where is everything? And then I look over here. We've got 23 earthquakes in the last 24 hours. That is not very much. It's like everything has gone to sleep. But since we are here looking, let's take a look and see. Of course, this is the Reykjanes Peninsula. There's Reykjavik, the capital city. And of course, there Keflavik, the international airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbad, Jarvik. And then when we slide over here, we could see Grindavik down here. And of course, the Blue Lagoon is right here. Blue Lagoon power plant and a hotel that Yvonne likes. And let's go over and see what we got. So our wonderful Ragnar is right in here, and our Siggy Fisher is right here. And when we go up, we see right near Kilauea, but still within our zone, I would say we've got some quakes happening. 0.16, very small, 1.3 kilometers down from 1247. Then we've got a 0.22, 6.6 kilometers down from 1334. And we've got this 0.28, 7.8 kilometers down, a little bit deeper at 1250. And that is good. I like quakes. And hopefully we'll see a few more of those in that area to enlighten us. Anyway, there's Krisavik, if you didn't see that before. And we'll take a look at this one here. 1.1, 7.8 kilometers down from 2035 for him. And then he's got a little friend here, 0.47, 8.7 kilometers down from 1306. So that takes care of those out here on the peninsula, darn near on the highway, and that would be right around here, 0.9, 1.1 kilometers down from 1518, and I swear it's got to be that crab that they've got over here. It's on the loose again, that lobster. He runs around here all the time. I think he's right about here, and this thing, that might be the lobster. So, yeah, well, I'll have to look that up on the map exactly where it is, but I know it's there. I seen it when I drove by it. Anyway, let me go over here. Never mind that. And looking at this, over at Katla, we did have a one quake, and it was a 1.39 from 0.27 kilometers down, or 274 meters. 15:35 was the time on that guy. Pepsi in 1 minute. Okay, I will talk quickly. Out in the middle of nowhere, in between all the other volcanoes, we have this one. 14:19 is the time. 0.53, 2. Let's try that again. 10.2 kilometers down for him. There's Astja there. We've got a bunch in the little stack here, but we won't bother with all of them. 0.54, 9.9 clicks down, 10:05 a.m. 0.54 kilometers down, 22:02. This 0.6, 3.9 kilometers down from 26 minutes after midnight. A brand new fresh one. Not going to worry about the rest. That's Herderbreed right there. Herderbreed and Astja in there. So from what we had, that is certainly a lot less. And we've got a couple up here that we really don't need to worry too much about. This one is 13.4 kilometers down. It's a 1.57 in magnitude. 12:40 was the time on it. This one 8:30 in the morning, 1.36 and in magnitude, and 10.8 kilometers down. This 1.4, 5.2 clicks down from 1603. And then we've got a 1.5, 6.6 clicks down from 2213, and a 1.3, 6 clicks down from 2221. Okay, I will leave those be. There's a few smaller ones over here. Maybe we'll grab this one. 1.65, 6.9 kilometers down, 2:46 a.m. Really not going to give us any headaches or anything. And 23, 24 quakes in the last 24 hours. So that is what we've got. It is time for a break, so I'm going to put you back on some canned lava. And I got to find the right spot for that. And where is that canned lava? It's always hard to find. Anyway, there we go. That is Mauna Loa at 8:48 a.m. Hawaii Standard Time. And that's kind of what it's doing now. Anyway, for those who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. Help us out. Of course, we are trying to get over that 100 mark, and that is always a little bit tough sometimes. And that helps out with the YouTube analytics big time. So if you can, please hit that like button if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you're new, sitting on the outside, you haven't subscribed yet, and you're thinking about it, bop that big red button that says subscribe, turn it gray, and hopefully you'll also hit the bell notification while you're doing that. And that's only if you feel that we've earned that. And on that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Going to put some music on, and I will be back after the break. Don't go away, keep smiling, and play nice in the lava ponds. Alrighty, I've got the microphone back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone, and glad to have you all on board. And thank you first off, Grandma B, for the welcome back at the start of the song. And also from Sue Hayes and Yvonne Kunkel, and who lost her lighter and is out searching for it. Oh, she's trying to light her a cigarette by getting a sample of lava. All right. And thank you, Kevin Haynes, and DJ, and Hermione, and Teresa, welcome, and all good. Welcome, Tom Truelove. Glad to have you on board here. So, pretty cool. So, yep, they are actually standing right beside where the lava flow is out there. And that is the lava river that they are probably checking out. And I'm assuming they're USGS guys. Thanks, Bloxy Man. And anyway, I have a question. Actually, Yvonne, this is a technical one that you may be able to answer to me or answer for this. Now, one of the things that I did notice, if you take a look at the color of their orange outfits that they're wearing, okay, and then you take on the look over here at the wonderful fountain that is still happening, those are the same color. What happens if you happen to fall into the lava? Last time I stood at the rim of Ragnar, it was too hot. Uh-oh. Don't do that. It's camouflage to hide you in the lava? Is that what it is? Just, you know, the color looks awful similar to me from this angle. So, let's talk about what? A milestone? How many miles, Doc? Milestones? How many miles? DJ, what are you talking about, miles? You what? Dr. Fox, you will be gone. Yeah, I don't want to stand at the edge of anything. I want to preserve my life for a little while. So, what they're doing, doing the lava fishing over there, that is pretty wild. Lava workers are not shy. There we go. Yeah, I'm not going to go anywhere near that flowing stuff. That stuff is hot, and I have this aversion to death. So I'm going to leave that be. Anyway, that was just something I wanted to point out, guys, in case you missed it. I thought it was pretty cool. It said I had to walk about milestone. Kevin Haynes threw in, let's talk about milestones. How many miles, Doc? I have no idea what you're talking about. It said I had to talk about milestones. Milestones? Well, milestones are a mile long, aren't they? Janice Karen got the gift that wonderful Kevin Haynes threw out there. Thank you, Kevin, for throwing in that wonderful 1 month free membership gift for someone. And Janice Karen, I got it. So awesome. And congratulations, Janice Karen. I'm glad that you were able to get a free 1 month membership. I'm pretty awesome and nice to see. Anyway, nice move, Kevin Haynes. Yes, it was. It was wonderful. Glad he did that. Anyway, let's go over to the other ones before Yvonne runs away. And we want to do this. And we want to get over to a blurry view. And Yvonne is going to tell us exactly what the heck is going on at that blurry view up here that we're seeing. We know that the other spot is right about here, at the 2,800 meter mark. What the heck is going on here, Yvonne? Help me out. It's fuzzy, it's dark, it's out of focus. I can't tell. And hopefully you've got some answers. And let's look at the other one. They've pulled that one back so far. There's no way I can tell what's going on. Etna's doing her job. Oh, okay. Well, if Etna gets at it and they can focus the camera, it would really, really be cool. But I'm really curious of what the heck is going on, because I thought our 2,800 meter mark is just down below that. This looks up a little higher, and that is very, very interesting. Anyway, speaking of Yvonne and nice people, Yvonne did send us some wonderful photos today, and we're going to look at them right now. Here is our first one, and I do believe that is the smoke coming from the southeast vent, taken by drone, I believe, unless Yvonne grew wings. I do believe it was done by a drone, and that is pretty awesome. And these are all from that same area up top there, so you can take a look at some of them. If you missed a little bit of something in one, it will show more. Yvonne in a jetpack. Ah, is that what you were using, Yvonne? A jetpack? That would be cool. Yvonne, a first banner. DJ, relax. Anyway, then we've got this one here. And that one is just slightly further over. And okay, we're not supposed to talk about Yvonne's jetpack. All right, keep it quiet. Looking at some of these interesting splits in here, of course, and that would have been where some lava was flowing down. That is pretty cool, and you guys can see that on screen, I'm assuming. And let's see if we can get my mouse to my hamster. I want him to move upward, and then we can draw on there. This stuff right in here. So yeah, looks like we had some flow going down there, which is pretty cool. And of course, still lots of smoke coming out of the top of that fissure or vent over there. So pretty awesome. Let's see what else we got. Next photo, slightly further over, and same area, pretty much the same. That's okay. And just a little bit more smoke that we can see there. And next one is this one, kind of same area again. These are all from that same area up top, so you really get a good look at it. And we do appreciate Yvonne sending those in. One of the things I did notice quite a bit of iron material or sediment in there with looking at the reds in here. And all from the southeast crater. Yep, and looks like a lot of red material. So a lot of iron content, or I believe that's what it is. And let's take a look one more here. And that is it for the shots. And there we go. So yep, we are way up above the clouds, and thank you very much. Iron and sulfur. Okay, thanks, Yvonne. I wasn't sure about that sulfur part. That's why I didn't want to mention it, because I didn't know. But yep, that's a pretty interesting iron and sulfur content. Well, you can see the green up top here. That to me would have been a good indicator of sulfur there. And then of course the reds in here are definitely looking like our wonderful iron material. So cool stuff. Anyway, let's clear that off, and we'll continue on with looking at other stuff. Not sure. I don't believe Stromboli is working as far as cameras. I'm going to double check right now. And no, Stromboli cameras are still off, unfortunately, from our point here, so we can't show that. So we will carry on with going to other places. I'm going to turn that one off and leave it on the other shot here. Hopefully they will get some kind of a focus on that. Would really be nice if they could focus the camera. I know these guys like to leave it on auto instead of putting on a manual and leaving it in a fixed spot, because really it doesn't change. You know, if your camera is sitting still, there's no reason for that focus to change, but it does. Loves that smell, the rotten egg smell. Yeah, volcanoes. Actually, you know, when I was out at Ragnar, the smell wasn't that bad. And it really isn't the same. I mean, I've smelled rotten eggs before. It's really not completely rotten eggs. I mean, you can smell the sulfur, but there's other stuff in there that gives it its own unique scent, if you will. And it's cool. I mean, it's something, yeah, it's not as strong, definitely. But you smell it. I mean, you can easily distinguish that there is a sulfur in there, amongst other things. So, you know, you don't need to be looking at the guy next to you if you're thinking that he might have passed gas or something. But it's coming from the volcano. It's all good. Oh, well, it's not really good, but you know what I'm saying. Anyway, all right. Let's carry on. I don't want to get into that. Yeah, look at that. That is over. We're in the Azores now. And Azores is stormy and rainy and stuff. And you can see the town and the harbor here. And of course, the camera lens is wet. And that is what's causing that. And that is the harbor all lit up, and I mean it's really lit up because of the water droplets on the camera. And we can't see Pico Island at all, and that is because it is fairly stormy and cloudy and yucky weather there. Let's go over to the cove, and that is that little cove we normally look at, and what we look for is white water, and we're seeing it. There's a lot of white water in there tonight, and still a rough ocean, so I wouldn't want to be going out in a little boat. Not advisable. And you know, make sure you bring your mega yacht if you're going to go to the Azores. Matter of fact, I'd maybe recommend flying in and staying in a hotel or something like that, rather than staying on your mega yacht. You'd be bobbing up and down a little bit. Atlantic can get quite rough, and you can see some of those. You could probably go surfing in there. Some of those are big enough for that tonight. Anyway, let's carry on, take a look and see what we've got for quakes that are happening. We'll make that screen just a tad bigger, and there we go. And for the 9th, only a 1. And that is a 1.5 that happened at 3:48 a.m. there on the island of São Jorge, and that is São Jorge, if you want to pronounce it in Portuguese. And of course, this map is only for São Jorge. It does not include these other ones like Fayal and Pico Island, and of course Terceira, where the other volcano is, and that is. That's the one that's also yellow. So yellow volcano here, yellow one there. Anyway, we'll go to the other map, have a quick peek, and I still have that zoomed out. We're going to refresh that, and we'll see what the total area's got for quakes, and we'll make that a little bit bigger. And there we go. So we don't see anything further out, but we do see these in here, and that is Not bad. Let's put that, there we go. I guess about right, something like that. Right in the middle. Okay. We'll zoom in a little bit. So there's the one on St. George 21 hours ago, 1.5. 19 hours ago, 2.6 over here. And of course, that is the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. And this is the East Azore Fault. And this one is actually on African turf. So it is on the African plate. And of course, this is the Eurasian plate. And over here is the North American plate. Here's your divider lines. Mid-Atlantic Ridge go running up and down here. And of course, East Azores Fault. Let's zoom back out a little bit and give you a better idea where that is. And you can see over here as Portugal, Spain, France, and of course Ireland, Newfoundland on this side, and Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, New Brunswick, and Labrador area, that kind of thing. And if we look up here, of course we can see the other one called Greenland, which is turning white. At least they should have called this one White Land instead of Greenland, and made this one Greenland. But anyway, that's kind of pretty cool. And wow, thank you. What happened? Kevin Haynes, what do you do? Mona is here. Oh, Guinness, I got it. Yep, there you go. And thanks for popping in. Mona Alfano also here. Welcome. I'm glad to have you on board, Mona. And did I miss anybody else sneaking in the door? We got Linda Schoof earlier. And let's see. Silversmith. There we go. Welcome. Glad to have you on board. And Teresa, I think I got you earlier there. So all cool. Anyway, that is our Azores. So nothing special happening at the Azores. But while we're kind of looking at different plates here and looking at the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, I usually save the other stuff for looking at when we're looking at earthquakes. But I want to bring this to everyone's kind of attention here to be able to see that. And I just got to get things switched in the right position here. Give me a second. And we are on the wrong spot. Okay, hang on. Where is my map? There it is. All right, zooming out from across with all the extra quakes that Piggy has in her area. We are sliding up here. And there's Iceland. And actually, let's zoom out a little bit more. There on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, we did have a 5.3. And that was yesterday's from 1244, and then there was also a smaller one there, 4.4, I believe, 4.8. There we go, and that happened today, and that was at 4:40 a.m. But the other ones that were of concern were up here, and if we zoom out a little bit, you can see them. They're basically all along the northern portion of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. And that is interesting. And this one was from yesterday, 1127.28. Then we got, 2.8, 2.4. Yesterday as well from 245, Svalbard. And then we had a 2.6 from 2004. And we also had out here in the Norwegian Sea at 3.3 from today at 3:59. And then also this guy 3.6 yesterday at 18:15. And over here at Jan Mayen, we had this one 2.6, and that was 3:04 at today. So a little bit of activity up there, and that is usually an indicator we got things moving. Just wanted to kind of point that out before we get too much further. Anyway, we did cover the Azores. Next up on our chopping block, of course, is our Popocatépetl pedal, but actually it is a break time, so we will put this back on Hawaii, and we will continue to watch the lava cooking away in its little tiny plume, and we'll throw some music on, and after the break we will have bacon seeds, yay, and then we'll go from there. So keep smiling, and we'll be back shortly, or 5 minutes or thereabouts. For those who haven't yet hit that like button, please consider hitting it if you haven't done so already. Also, if you are sitting on the outside and have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. And hoping that we've earned that from you. So please hop on in and make it happen. Watch out for that chopper. Those guys are flying low today. They are crazy. And how come his blade's only turning so slow? He's going to fall right out of the sky. It's either that or those blades really got some awesome lift. Anyway, I hope he stays out of the smoke. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes, you guys. Keep smiling. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Don't go away. And we're back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And we are watching a VolcanoX live stream. Of course, the lava that you see coming out of the fissure number 3 on screen right there is from earlier at 9:28 this morning, Hawaii time. And the two fellas that you see out on the lava, they are, of course, being very conscientious about what kind of work they're doing there. So hopefully they will be okay putzing around on the lava there. And that is dangerous work. The lava flow is exiting right along there. And they're fishing, of course, and I have no idea what lava fish look like. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue Hayes and Kevin Haynes and Maria. Welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And thank you, Teresa. Good to see you. And thanks, Maria. Also wanted to say welcome to Carla Ott, as well as who we got here? And Stroven. I hope I said that right. And welcome. Glad to have you on board. And also Carla Ott. Hi, how you doing? I haven't seen you for a while. Glad that you're back. And all cool. So that is what we've got going on there right now. You did, sir. Thank you. And hopefully that'll be okay. Didn't want to butcher it up too much. That can be easily mispronounced, I guess, depending on where you're from and all that stuff. But that's all good. Hey, Tom Dice also made it in. Welcome, Tom. Glad to have you on board. And let's carry on with going to other wonderful places. I am going to stop that canned lava. I have the magic power, so I'm going to do that. And we will go over to our next volcano, and that one is stuck in clouds and haze and all kinds of other things. And of course, that is Popocatépetl. And why does that not surprise us, right? Cloudy days, and looking at it, looks like it's got some kind of a lenticular cloud kind of built up on top of the cone right now. And I did want to point out that if you take a look at this shot, you see a bunch of pluming coming out of the top. And that is very cool and very interesting. And Popocatépetl has been a little bit more active today. Yeah, we're going to do bacon seeds. I just want to point that out. All right, fine. You caught me, Kevin. You caught me. Darn it, there's your bacon seeds. Let's get at it. Yeah, you got me, Kevin. Thanks for reminding me. I was looking at and thinking about what I was going to say about Popocatépetl and the eruptions, but you got me. All right, bacon seeds it is. Anyway, there's yesterday's last bacon seed, and of course that one was Smiley. So we loved it. Anyway, let's see what Piggy sent. And she, of course, was sending a bunch to us here. And there we go. So this is the first one for today. And that one is doing a ham hock warming in front of that fireplace. Yeah, I guess that's how best to describe it. A ham hock warming. And it's pretty cool, or warm. And that one, of course, being dressed up and ready to go. Pretty awesome. And next is this cutie, all wrapped up in Mama's arms there, and kind of laying down and looking at the camera. Gotta love that. Yeah, happy Pygmus. Yep. That is what it is. It's a Merry Pygmus, and we gotta love it. Anyway, for those who are new here, we do these bacon seeds just as kind of a memento to bacon flowing down the sides of the hills. And when we're watching a volcano, it looks like bacon. And of course, if you are familiar with seeing that, you have to ask the question, where does bacon come from? And bacon comes from bacon seeds. And this one is in the sun on some nice quilt or something, some fun fur, and just enjoying laying there in the sun, relaxing. And I just want to curl up right beside it and do that. Anyway, would I miss? Hello, would I miss? You missed a couple bacon seeds, Oli, but not many. We're going to continue on here. Next one. And snow. No, don't say that. It's not snow. Anyway, this one's kind of cute and funny. Sticking its head out of its basket and looks like it's comfy and doing its thing. Probably trying to sing Christmas carols. I don't know if I want to go down that path, but his ears aren't that big. Pretty cool. Oh, mummy of hamsters, good to see you and welcome. Glad to have you on board. Next bacon seed is this one, and another one being coddled. And look at the smile on his face. You know, when you see an animal like that, you can certainly tell this animal is not stressed in any way, shape, or form. He is enjoying being right there. And that has got to be something awesome. So whenever you see those, you can tell when an animal's got an expression on his face. This is one of content and being happy and feeling safe and secure. So really cool. And here's our next one. That is all wrapped up and ready to go and stuck in a towel. Pretty awesome, and gotta love it. Just got back from okay, the drive was a nightmare around the St. Joe River. It took me over 30 minutes to get an eighth of a mile. Holy mackerel. I'm glad you made it back safe and sound though, Tom. And it's a bacon cheeseburger. Bacon cheeseburger. Anyway, our last bacon seed for today. And that is this little one. And that is more Christmassy like. That one's a little blown out, but hey, that's all right. That looks pretty awesome. Really a nice little bacon seeds. And thank you kindly to Piggy for supplying those wonderful seeds. And all good. And hopefully everything is going to be better there for Piggy in the coming future. And I guess they're for those who didn't hear, there what we announced earlier was Piggy's hubby. Well, with all these quakes that were going on, a portion of the man cave ceiling caved in, and Kermit does have a concussion and some cuts on his head. So he is in the hospital and they are tending to that. I don't know exactly what all is going to transpire, and I think we'll see what happens here in the near future. So we'll find out more details, as they come available, and hopefully Piggy and her hubby will be okay. And they'll figure out what all is going on there. Anyway, those quakes from the area, that is the likely cause of what we had going on, and or for the ceiling having some issues. We'll see what happens. Anyway, let's get back over to that thing we were talking about called Popocatépetl. There's that lenticular cloud I was talking about. Before I was so gently reminded about bacon seeds. And of course, there you can see some of that pluming coming out of the very top of it. And I thought that was kind of neat. This whole lenticular cloud is circulating around the top of the mountain. which is pretty cool the way the wind was doing that. Anyway, if we go through this, there were a couple times where this thing really did pop fairly well, and I'm just trying to locate them, and hopefully we will be able to see. This is about where the formation of the lenticular cloud took place, and I don't know if that's some hotter air or exactly what was going on, but we did have a little bit of pluming out of the volcano at the time, not as much as some of the other eruptions that we're going to see here. This one was, I should have wrote the times down, darn it. And there was about 3 of them that we seen earlier here today, and we want to make sure we kind of let you guys see those. Yeah, this one was pretty good. This one was a smaller one. This is at 1300 or 1307, and you see the masses of ash and cloud and debris and everything else popping out of there. It didn't look like there was anything major in that one, so we're going to continue on back. There were the other ones, and let's see if we can get to this one right about here. That should be about there. We'll see if it blows out. There we go. So on this one, now we got the sun right up there, so it's a little hard to see, but because we are being silhouetted a little bit, and we're not really seeing the true color of what that cloud looks like, but it kept coming and coming and coming. So there was a lot of material in that eruption at that time, so lots going on there, and kept a fairly heavy gas flowing for a while. And we go back a little bit more, and there was some bigger ones. This one, I don't know if, yeah, this one is a fair size as well, and this was from 10 a.m. and again you can see this is a fairly dark material, so I really got to wonder what is happening with Popocatépetl, and wondering if we are going to see a major eruption from it. It certainly is been puffing up a lot today, and hopefully we'll see something pop out of it. I wouldn't mind seeing that thing go full bore and really pop. Let's see, and this one was right at sunrise here. This is kind of the golden shot, as we call it, and we see it pluming out and popping over there. Pretty cool, and I never did see that really heavy one. Where is it? Oh, well, here's one in the dark. This one is, I might have to go back a little on this. This one looked pretty cool in the moonlight, and that's kind of what we were seeing there. That's 5:10 a.m. So there you go. Yeah, aloha, Dr. Fox. Clark Hall, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And Santa Rosa, California, where it's nice and warm compared to everywhere else in the world. Anyway, lots of debris coming out of there, and you can see with the moonlight lighting it up, it looks pretty awesome, and nice to see that. And if we go back even further, there was another one about half an hour before that, and again you see quite a bit of that smoke and gas and other tephra material coming out of there, and pretty cool to see that. We kind of had almost the same thing happening at Sakurajima in Japan last night. So that was something else we'll have to go over as well. This is from 3:19 a.m. You can see it was doing that as well. And pretty scary to see that. Anyway, let's put that back to live. This is what it looks like at present. We do see that it is continuing to throw out some gases up top, According to the thermometer, it is currently 47 in Santa Rosa, California. That is wonderful tropical temperatures. I'll take that, Clark. I'll trade you, okay, if you think that's fair. It's Thor has got 0 at his house. That's not so good. I'm a little colder than that, but that is okay. Anyway, let's carry on. This is the other shot, of course, from a distance. Why does that look so fuzzy? They changed it, and still looks fuzzy. That lenticular cloud during sunset was something looking like about that, and you can see it is wrapped around and continued to produce some of that wonderful eruptive material there. I'm just trying to find a couple spots here where we can see it from this angle. They had more clouds from over here in comparison to the other one, so a little harder to see. Yeah, right in here you can see some of that eruption, and this will take you back to 12 minutes after 1 p.m. and there you go. You can see it blowing out quite a bit. Pretty awesome to see from afar. Anyway, not going to spend too much time on it. That is what it is right now. Popocatépetl, 70 kilometers south of Mexico City, and that is what we've got. So it continues to erupt, do its thing, and of course this wonderful flashing thing that we see in almost volcano gray with a tiny candle lit dull light that just went out on us. That is clouds covering up our wonderful Fuego, and Fuego is a beautiful volcano that is 12,346 feet tall, and looks like that at nighttime sometimes, and that's when we can see it. But that is pretty awesome. They did have some bad weather there, and that is of course moving through, so we are hit and miss as far as being able to see this thing even during the daytime. Wow, that cloud was really bright. By the way, that's the infrared. When the cloud is really close to the camera, the infrared lights light it up that brightly, and you don't get to see a heck of a lot. So let's go back a whole bunch. This is earlier in the morning, 10:36. Gives you a little bit more of an idea what it looked like, and we see a little bit of a plume there. Not much coming out, but again, it is continuing to be active, and it really hasn't slowed down from what we've seen. I mean, it may have calmed down a little bit, but it is still very active. If you want a volcano to visit, this would be one to feast your eyes upon, because it does sometimes produce some very awesome displays of lava, and you can see the flow patterns down the sides here. So pretty cool to see that, and hopefully everyone that does go see it can enjoy it. Anyway, we'll leave Fuego in Guatemala. We'll leave it be. Put it back on live. Hopefully, there it is in between clouds. Yep, we see that lava is kind of rolling down the side of the hill, and that is awesome. But let's put it on a different volcano a little further south. We're looking at Momotombo in Nicaragua. That is what it was a little earlier today, and we will take a look at it right now. And look at that gorgeous moonlit night. Too bad we can't see too much, but the moon is up. The moon is it is waning by a little bit, but pretty close to full, and there is our volcano. Next picture, of course, also in Nicaragua, is Masaya volcano, and typically you can see the little half crescent here of lava down in the bottom of this pit. And Masaya, of course, being in Nicaragua, is another one of those. That is a cool one. There we go. That's refreshed current picture from 1928 today. And there you can see that little crescent of hot lava. Don't fall in that one. We can't get you out. That's all there's to it. So that is pretty much it for there in Central and Southern America. And let's see. This one, I want to mention this real quick. And this, of course, is Cotopaxi. Cotopaxi is in Ecuador. And it threw out big piles or big plumes. You can see in the measurements up here, you can see how far up from above the crater. We see 2,000 feet or 2,000 meters, or just about 6,000 feet above the top of the volcano. So that is pretty nasty as far as that is concerned. If we let this play, this is actually, or is it? No, that wasn't the video. Let's go back there. Anyway, that is the shot. Gives you a little better idea of what it looks like. But let's go down here and actually play that video, and we'll see. I didn't try this on a full screen, so let's see if we can make that bigger and see what it looks like. Yeah. All right, it's going to do something, and there we go. It loaded up, I do believe. And is it playing? There it goes. And that is a little time lapse from those guys down there. And that looks pretty awesome, you guys. And puffing away, and we can see how high those plumes are actually going. And that, of course, made it up to over the 2,000 meter mark. If we turn that back to normal, let's do that. Go back to normal. Normal. Come on, you want to do that. It's not changing. Why is it not changing? I have to hit escape. Yep. There we go. I had to hit escape. That little button didn't work. Anyway, that shows you where it's going up, and the pluming up top here. And it really got out a lot up in the top end of this. So that's where we're going to leave you for right now. And I'm going to put it back on here so I know where it is. And that is, of course, back to Popocatépetl, the way it is right now. We will pop over to our next one, and that'll be Merapi when we get back from the break. For right now, I will put you back into Hawaii and turn our canned lava back on there, if I can find it. And yep, the little plumes that are coming out, and the guys fishing over here, they're fishing for lava fish, and they are authorized aliens to be there, and they are fishing for lava fish. Anyway, the plumes that you see, definitely nowhere near where they used to be up here. Okay, this thing is basically run out of steam, and hopefully we'll see a little bit more action out of it in a day or so. Maybe it's just taking a break. We do know that these things will calm down a little bit and then build back up, and at times you'll see them kind of breathing a little bit, pulsating, and we haven't really seen that pulsating thing yet. And I'm wondering if that is yet to come, or if this is actually it for this volcano. Anyway, time will tell, so please don't go away, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. If you're enjoying the show, please, if you haven't yet, hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you are new sitting on the outside, you want to pop in and say hi to people, you are more than welcome to do so. There are a lot of wonderful people in here, and they don't bite. And the ones that are in green are actual members, and that is all cool. There is what? There is a mine dock. Yours what? This volcano is very high from the seafloor dock, so it happens. Yep. Yeah, of course. This is from the seafloor. It's the biggest one, I think, on the planet, if you're counting the total height. All right, on that note, it's time for me to take that break, you guys. Don't go away. I'll be back in a few minutes. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava. And note if they catch any lava fish, please. I want to know. I'll be back. Okay, and I've got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And I see my other cameras just decided to play funny games again. Wow. Another bunny eating. For those who need to know, all three have been in so far tonight, and that is pretty cool, and like it. And welcome, old mummy of hamsters, saying welcome back, Uncle Doc and Sue Hayes. Thank you, and Kevin Haynes for the welcome backs. And I hope me leaving my microphone on, I didn't say anything bad, did I? Hope everyone was okay with that. And thanks, Do Free, for the welcome back. And welcome to Kananaskis country, if I didn't say that earlier. And hopefully we're all good. Let's continue on with our volcanoes, though. And of course, we are watching that canned lava. Thank you, Teresa. And we'll stop that. Those guys are still out there fishing, still haven't caught a big one. And hopefully they will get some lava samples they need. Anyway, let's pause them, and we will go over to Merapi and see what it is doing. What candy were you unwrapping, Dr. Fox? Oh, I can't tell you that. That's top secret. It was good, though. You heard the rapper, did you? No, it wasn't a Kit Kat. It wasn't. It was a different kind. It was chocolate. It was chocolate. Anyway, okay. Shh. Not supposed to get you guys hungry. But I'll leave that for later. It wasn't a Kit Kat. It's all good. Top secret. It starts with M and an A and an R and an I and Marts. Yeah, sorry. ARZIPAN. Marzipan. Marzipan. Okay. Never mind. I didn't say that out loud. Anyway, good German candy. Yep. You got it. That's what I was doing. So, but Sue, you would have been close with the Mars bar. I think actually Mars bar came from Germany as well. I don't know. Where was the Mars bar? Because we had them as kids in Germany. When the heck was a Mars bar made, and where did it come from? Did it come from Mars? Did the Martians bring it? We don't know. But anyway. Let's carry on. Merapi, let me get to that screen. I know I have that here somewhere. It continues to do its thing, off-gassing, and we really aren't seeing any lava from this guy. I wish we could, and, you know, sometimes you wonder if the plumes, well, there's a big cloud in the way, unfortunately, on that shot. You can see it. We're looking at a lower angle, so that's what we've got going on there. That one's awful fuzzy. Nope, ain't gonna fix anything. So I'm not gonna see much there. And let's see if we can get into a clearer area. Looking back a little bit in time. That was 5:55 a.m. And there we go. That is all good. We had them in England when I was a kid. Okay. Yeah. So anybody know where Mars bars come from originally? Dark roll, chocolate Rolo with salted caramel is amazing. Oh, mummy of hamsters, I haven't had a Rolo bar for a while. On the USGS cam, Mauna Loa looks like it, like a candle. Oh, okay. Is it going right now? Because I didn't know they were back up with their stream. That is something that we weren't aware of. If they have their stream back, that would be cool. Let's see if we can see if their stream is back up. I'm waiting for it. USGS, yep, their stream is back up. And that is nice. And, well, it don't look like much of a candle right now. It looks like a lot of smoke. Okay, let's just pop over there for a second, just so you can see. And that is live right now. Of course, those lava workers are gone. They've gone home for the day. It is 15:52 there, so 3:52 p.m. But a lot of smoke coming from the backside there. That is very interesting. This is our primary vent here, so maybe this fissure is expanding a little bit or cracking or something. But a lot of smoke billowing out there makes you wonder what's going on. And thanks for bringing that to our attention. I guess it's been back up for 2.5 hours. Wow, I didn't know that. And so that is cool. And I was watching the older footage, and every time I checked, I didn't see it come back. So guess that must have been just before the show. They decided to turn it back on. It would have been nice to open the show with it. I would have liked that. Shane's is always up. Yep. For those who aren't familiar with Shane's, and that is, hang on, where is it? Right there. And that is Shane's Getting Handy, and we can get rid of the USGS one. And for those who haven't subscribed to Shane yet, he's at 849 subscribers. They definitely want to get over that 1,000 mark. So if you guys go there at nighttime, this stream is up 24/7, by the way. But nighttime, it looks pretty awesome when the lava is lighting up the sky. So pretty cool to see. If you haven't gone there, you might want to go give them a quick subscribe and get those numbers up for them. And so he's right around that 850 mark. He needs about 150 subscribers to make it happen. And hopefully that will work for him. We can help him out a little bit to get him up there and over. Anyway, back to our regular stuff here. That is what's happening at Mauna Loa right now. And we will go back to our other one, and that is looking at no, Kananaskis country. It's not bubbling anywhere as high as it was. It is pretty much almost what we would consider to be a fumarole state. Not funeral, but fumarole. And that means not a heck of a lot of output. Anyway, just gases. If we go back on Merapi, we don't see too much Merapi just being there, so like 2 a.m., that kind of thing. Nothing really fancy. Let's pop over to the other ones here. Ruapehu, and that is in New Zealand. So Ruapehu, of course, hiding behind the clouds just about all day. And I don't think we've seen it at all today. It was cloudy for the most part, and even from the wee hours of the morning, it wasn't anything worthy of looking at. And there you can kind of see that. There was a couple times where it tried to peek out here, but it wasn't very successful. And this is about 2 hours and 17 minutes ago. And even this is about a little less than an hour ago, and you can see the amount of rain that's happening in that area. So Mount Ruapehu not doing a heck of a lot, and hiding behind the clouds. Let's put that back on live so I know where it is when I do look at it, and we can see the base of the mountain a little bit right there, but not a heck of a lot. There's even a blue spot over there for sky. Maybe it'll clear up for him later. Next on our list, of course, is the charts. I did not refresh them yet. This is for our wonderful Taupo. and that is what we're seeing today. Just to bring that a little larger, we can see that the activity has even dropped off more than what we had yesterday. So there is where we're at. Very, very low in activity. It's almost like it's sleeping again. And when we look back here before any of the activity, that gives you a pretty good idea. If we hit that button, it'll bring it back a little bit more. I think, I don't know, it jumped back quite a bit, but anyway, that's what we're seeing. So, you know, and I don't know. I'm just kind of wondering if it decided to have a fit and just kind of die out, or what the scoop is. But we'll see what we get in the future here. And of course, on that chart, it kind of looks a little bit different there, but I guess that's zoomed in a little more. So pretty cool and very quiet. And that is the big thing right now. It's quieting down, and there's not anything we can do to make it go. And to take a quick peek and see what it looks like out there. And there's that rain we were talking about. And yep, it is definitely raining there. So put on your rain gear and keep smiling. And that is all we got for there. So far, hadn't there been 3 volcanoes that have erupted recently. The most recent one, if you're talking about New Zealand, the most recent one, of course, is out on what the heck is that island? White Isle Volcano. And White Isle Volcano is the one that is pretty much the primary one out there. No, Stromboli is in Italy, not out there in New Zealand. Different, opposite side of the planet. Completely opposite side. And that is all right. Stromboli we don't have a look at today because their cameras are down from the ones that we use, so we don't get to see it. But that is about it. In Italy, I believe that one erupted too. Yeah, we have Stromboli and Mount Etna in Italy that were erupting. And Etna is continuing to erupt, and so is Stromboli for that fact, but not as intensely as we would have liked to see for Mount Etna anyway. And there are still chances Mount Etna will increase in output, but we'll see what happens. It is one of those things. Anyway, let's get to our next volcano, and they're not showing the volcano. They are showing the place where everybody drives through, and wow, has that changed over there as far as the way the way that crossing is. My God, that has really changed. Anyway, that is for Semeru. I want to see if I can get that on the screen here. And Mount Semeru, of course, did do a few pops earlier today. I'm going to back up about an hour and 12 minutes and I'll show you what it was doing there. There you go. And we see it off-gassing pretty good. And that is pretty nasty, but not as bad as it was the other day when it had the flows coming all the way down. And that is kind of what we were seeing. That is pretty slow though. It's slow going. Let's see if we can back that up to, there was a couple other ones before that, right around here. This one is going to get, this is 6:52 a.m. and we can see it starting to billow out. And it is a slow process. They weren't zoomed in very much on it, and I did bring this a little bit further closer. Hey, Juliana, welcome. Glad to have you on board. So there's been 4 so far, right? Isn't that a little concerning? No. That there are 27 volcanoes that are actively erupting right now on the planet, Aaron. It's really not that concerning. This is Semeru. It is actively erupting on a very continuous basis. We can name off a bunch that are going all the time. It is a time for me to take a break, though, you guys. And we'll just go ahead a few seconds here just so you can see the end of this and watch some of this material drop down a little bit as we advance it. And that, of course, is Semeru, and that is in East Java in Indonesia, East Java Island. And there you go. Anyway, we'll put you back on the other one here. And of course, that is live from Fissure 3 in Hawaii at Mauna Loa. And I'm going to take that break, you guys. So don't go away. We got more volcanoes to come after we get back. And we will see some of the rumblings that we noticed over at Sakurajima in Japan as well. So don't go away, more to come. And for those guys who are here, if you haven't hit that like button yet, I see we're very close to getting over that 100 mark. Please, if you are enjoying the show, give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, still sitting on the outside, please consider jumping in and hitting that subscribe button and joining up with the Lavely family here, and that would be great. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes or thereabouts. This time I will turn my microphone off so you can't hear me rattling my marzipan bar. Oops, I wasn't supposed to say that. You can't hear what I'm doing. All right, I'll be back. Keep smiling. we go. The microphone is back on, and hopefully that is working. So let's see. I'm gonna turn my screens back to the right screen. I figured I'd put that banner on. There's a couple of the newer people in here as that weren't aware of some of the ongoings and activities around the planet, so we figured we'd do that and get things going a little bit. But that banner seems to stop every once in a while. I don't know why it does that. But anyway, that is all good, you guys. And we had a look at some of the other ones, and we wanted to go next to our Japanese ones and see what they are doing. Thank you for the welcome backs from Oh Mummy of Hamsters saying welcome back, Uncle Doc, and then Sue Hayes and let's see, Kevin Haynes also saying welcome back. That's awesome, you guys. Thank you kindly. Appreciate it. And as you may have noticed, I did throw in a 5 gift memberships for 1 month for free, and there Frank McLeod, Dominic, FFM, I got it, Fry Storm, Gabby Oswald got it as well, Leroy Hildenbrand, and that is the 5 right there. So awesome, and glad that you guys got those free memberships, and hopefully you will enjoy using some of those emojis that we've got in there and stuff like that. So that is all cool, and maybe a few of you others in the future will get some as well. I really like the stats line with all the eruption activity on the bottom. That's good, Fortuna, and that's kind of what we try to give, people some relative information there. They can see some of the emissions or actions or happenings that are going on in the world. So pretty cool. And again, for me, it's stalled. Why does it keep doing that? It's supposed to go. Let's refresh it, see what happens. And we're going to try to get it updated here and see if it continues to do its thing. Anyway, 27 volcanoes around the world doing their thing that are in red. And of course, then we've got another batch that are in orange also doing their stuff. Juliana, Cotopaxi is near my country. Yes, we know that, Juliana. And I hope you're not getting any of the outfall from it, because there's a lot of ash and stuff like that coming off of it, and hopefully everything is doing all right that way. Anyway, as you can see, lots and lots of volcanoes around the world. So it's not just 1 or 2 that are popping. It's 27 of them that are considered to be fully active. Anyway, we're going to leave this page be and move on. We had a look at Semeru area. Oh, actually, let's see. We got to go back to Semeru. I got to go take a look at, there's some stuff we missed on Semeru, and I really want to go back and see it. If we go back into the nighttime shots here, one, of course, I want to show you the full moon. And there's the full moon above the volcano. But if we go back to the right spot, there was some lava. I wanted to see the lava. Nope, not there. It must have been earlier. And here's a freaky sight. There. Look at how well lit up that is. The moon is sitting right behind it. And there's the some of that lava that was coming down. And I'm not sure if I hit it right on the eruption there or not. That should be about here. And there's the plume. That's what we're looking for. And you can see the lava coming down the hill. So slowly snaking its way down, making that S-curve, and looking pretty awesome. So a little bit of bacon there, and that is pretty cool. So figured I'd show you that. And of course we had a little bit more earlier as well, and that was somewhere around here, a little redder, and that was actually at about 2:12 was the time on it. And we see that it was hanging there, big glob of lava, and it didn't really do much. It just kind of hung there. So a lot of material just, easy on the flow and not moving too much. And let's see if there was anything else further back. Yeah, it's been going. Let's see, right about here, you can see a little bit more of that lava. This is at yesterday's time there, about 11:45 p.m. or quarter to 12 midnight, and there was another a fairly reasonable eruption where we can see it. I'm just advancing it 5 seconds at a time to expedite this. You can see the lava flow, a little bit of movement there, so pretty awesome. There is not much lava flow in Semeru. Not right now. No, there definitely is not. It's not as violently active as some of the other ones with the amounts of lava. The last big thing, of course, though, was when we had, just a couple of days ago, we had that big eruption, and it did throw out quite a bit of the pyroclastic material, and you had those clouds coming down, pyroclastic clouds moving at a very, very high rate of speed. And I'm not going to talk about loss of life or anything like that, but there was a bunch that perished within that. And we want to stay away from mentioning too much about that, but a lot of people lost their lives. And of course this is part of a volcano. It's when they do that, and you've got people farming down in the fertile lands down below, that happens, you guys. Anyway, we're going to leave that one be, put that back on live so we know where we're at. That's kind of what they've got going on there right now. They're trying to rebuild their path so they can get across the roads there. And of course, everything since that big pyroclastic cloud / flow went through there, it really wrecked things for them, and they had to redo everything that they've got going on. So yeah, that hill is not so easy to go up and down anymore from the looks of things. Anyway, let's go over to Japan, and we will see what we've got going on at another volcano that is continuing to erupt. And we will see if we can find that one in my list. There it is. And that is Sakurajima. It is 11:20 a.m. there, and that is what we're seeing right now. Lots of pluming coming out, and white gas right now. But if we go back a bunch, actually before we do that, let's check. Is the ice cream boat in? Yep, you bet. Both of them are in. If you want ice cream, and there's ice cream boats right there. We see them. They are doing, they're both there, so you get double whammies. You go down the road here, follow it down, and at the lights you go left and go down to the docks. You can get your ice cream. It's right down there. It's all good. Anyway, there's a long distance shot of Sakurajima. Let's go back a little bit closer here. And we want to go back in the nighttime shots and show you some of the activity there. And this was in the wee hours, 6:23 a.m. You see it throwing out a little bit of material there. And here, this one is right there at 5:35, it did continue to erupt. And that one wasn't as violent. It came out fairly slowly, and not sure if it did too much. I'm just going to advance it now 5 seconds at a time, just so you see, and kind of expediting the process here. Of course, that is what we've seen, right, on the camera. It's very moonlit, so it's a different view of it in that sense. And let's see, there was a few of more of these pops that came out of there. I'm just trying to find the better ones here. And I think maybe around here, this one, yeah, well, this is another one. This is from just about 2:30 in the morning. It continued to do its thing for a little while, and then it got a little stronger. And of course, you got to watch out for this volcano, because and on occasion it will produce quite a bit of material in some of those blasts. And I think right around here it did pop a little bit more. Yeah, that's when we had the clouds above. And going back a little bit more, here's another one about another hour back. This is at 1:07. So it definitely kept on doing its thing. And here's one of the big ones. This one definitely made a little bit more of a noise, and that was 2 minutes after 12 midnight, or 3 minutes after. And you'll see how a big one, let's let that start over again. We'll go back another 5 seconds, another 5. Okay, so watch in the crater, and you'll see what it looks like. And that is pretty awesome to see it light up like that. And we do see that there was active lava in there, and definitely doing its thing. So a little bit of an eruption there, and then you start to see the smoke and the ash and everything else, and the tephra and some glow, and definitely some material moving in there and coming out, and that'll be cool. Nice to see old friends, and new must get rolling. Fortuna, take care, and all the best to you. And there we go, and we see that is a fair-sized eruption for them. Anyway, that was 2 minutes after, or 3 minutes after 12. Let's go take a look at the other camera, and that is the close-up cam, and we want to see what it looked like back then. Let's see if we can get the same spot. What did we say the time was on that one? That was 3 minutes after midnight. So let's go back there. 3 minutes after midnight. That should be somewhere around here. No, a little further. And how about right about there? Maybe back a little bit more. Okay, let's right about here. So this is the close-up cam for the crater, and we'll let that play here for a second. And that is at the 3 minutes after midnight mark. And you can see the lava starting to light up the area. And we did see some chunks on the close-up cam, some tephra being thrown out, lava bombs. So definitely in there. And always got to be on the lookout for that material popping out of there. So I know that's a little bit of a dark scene, but it is erupting, and that is something we wanted to make sure that everybody sees that. So all good. I faced off 9'5" with 450 pounds on E-time a long ago. Oh, sorry, not sure what that's about. But anyway, that is pretty nasty of that material coming out like that. But we'll put that back to live, and that is what the caldera is looking like right now, close up. And as you can see, it is continuing to steam out quite heavy like, and that is all cool. So quick recap: ice cream boat, one of them left, the other one's still there. You can still get your ice cream. And that, of course, is where it was earlier, and this is present. So Sakurajima in Japan. Next one is Suwanoshijima, also Japanese, down in the southern islands of Japan. And we can see that one of the calderas here is not putting out too much gas. The other one on the opposite side of that ridge is still producing. If we back that up a little bit, we can see that a little bit better. This is about 4 hours ago. It is, you can see that dark material coming out of there. So pretty interesting to see that. Unfortunately, it was so light, it was very hard to tell if there was any active lava. Usually we see the glow on the clouds, but we didn't see anything. And here, this is 2:15 a.m., and we did see a little bit of gassing coming out of this one as well. So on the front side rather than just the back. So both were active vents, and that is what we've got. Going to put that one back on live, and we will go to our next one. Nope, they're still not showing ASO. Let me refresh that. Nope, so no ASO. And of course, there is your wonderful Mount Fuji. For those who like Mount Fuji, there it is doing its thing. And no special lenticular clouds around it this morning or anything like that. It looked pretty awesome all day long. And that was kind of a neat sky, really sharp looking clouds there, so pretty cool. Anyway, I will put that guy back to live, put this back on our volcano there so I can find it later on. And it is a time, or just about a time, for me to take a break. A quick peek over at the one that we're not going to see, and that of course is Yellowstone. Yellowstone National Park. Of course, they've got over 500 active geysers there, but Yellowstone volcano, of course, a super volcano, not doing a heck of a lot right now. It's suffering from a blizzard. They are getting a lot of snow there. They have been all day, and hopefully it won't get too snowed in for them. Anyway, that is kind of our wrap up for most of those volcanoes. When we come back, we will talk about Mauna Loa, and of course Kilauea first, and then Mauna Loa, and then we'll get into our other stuff for looking around at the earthquakes, and from that point, which volcanoes are active, and then we'll go to our weather maps. So hang in there, you guys. More to come. Keep smiling. For those who have not yet thrown in a thumbs up there, by all means, give it a quick bop. Help us out. The higher the thumbs, the more we get as far as YouTube analytics reacts to it. And that will be awesome. Also, and then also for those who have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. I just heard some sirens outside, had to look, and didn't. It's quite a ways away. Alien landing zone. That's almost what it looks like, Sue. All lit up and waiting for that flying saucer to come down. And you never know, they could pop in there. Anyway, on that friendly note, let me put it back over to Hawaii, and we will continue to watch Fisher 3 at Mauna Loa continue to off-gas and do its thing. So that is what's going on there right now. That is live from Mauna Loa in Hawaii. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Like I say, hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. And on that friendly note, I am going to go take a break. Don't go away. Keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. And if you go into the lava river and you catch any lava fish, let me know. I want to know what they look like. I have never seen one. I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, you are watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Oh Mummy of Hamster saying welcome back, Uncle Doc, and Sue Hayes. Thank you very kindly. And of course, we are looking at Mauna Loa, Fissure 3, and that is live right now. And of course, thanks Kevin Haynes for the welcome back. And kind of wondering what the heck is going on with Mauna Loa. It's been a very short eruption in the sense of has not even made it to, say, 15 days. So this is what, about day 10 and or 9 or 10 of the eruption. So a very short-lived volcano in that sense of the word, and have to wonder about, you know, what the heck we've got going on. Hopefully it will get better in the future, and we will see more activity coming from it yet. It's building up for another big burst, Doc. I don't know, Bob. I really don't know. That is hard to say. It is really, really hard to say. Thanks, Canonescus Country. Appreciate that. And Kevin, I got as well. Thanks. Yeah. I don't know if, you know, if this thing is going to pop or not. We're going to see what happens if it does it again. I just got a sneaky hunch it's gonna just kind of calm down now, and we're not going to see anything out of it anymore. Now it's kind of a different style, the way this guy has been doing things, and one of the things that we've seen, you know, at both times in Iceland on Ragnar and on Siggy Fisher, as well as over in our other place in La Palma there, Cumbre Vieja. 12 days. It started on the 27th. Thank you, Sue. I was close there somewhere. But yeah, it really hasn't gone that 2-week mark yet. So that is kind of what we're getting at. But, you know, when we see it, the things that I didn't see from this one, and of course, this is a completely different style of volcano in comparison to Iceland, and in comparison to our Cumbre Vieja, although all three of them are on hotspots. Okay, and Iceland is a hotspot, Hawaii is a hotspot, and La Palma is sitting on a hotspot. So, it's I was expecting more pulsation to come out of this, that we would see pluming going very high and then dropping off for a little while and then going really high again and stuff. We didn't see that massive pulsation that we normally see with the other volcanoes. And I don't know, is it maybe because this thing is so big? You know, that the lava chambers are way down in the bottom, and by the time it gets up to the top, it seems to be more of a steady eddy flow, that kind of thing. I'm really not sure about, you know, what we can say about it. And again, I'm not a volcanologist, right? I'm just doing what I see here and mentioning what I feel is kind of what we should have seen. But the one thing we all know and we all will agree on is that volcanoes are unpredictable, and we never know what they will truly do. So that is something, you know, you expect a huge eruption, you get a little one. You expect a little eruption, all of a sudden you've got 50 million cubic meters of material laying on the area, you know, a couple square kilometers of lava. It can happen very easily, you know, like what they expected with Siggy Fisher Well, Siggy Fisher had more material that it could have brought up. We're short about 12 million cubic meters that was still sitting down in the magma chamber, or that's an estimate, but we never did see it pop out. So what is it that we've can find out for that, right? And it's just basically telling us these things are unpredictable, and there is no way we can see what will happen in the future. Maybe it will come back with a huge fountain, then go quiet, and then fountain again. And that's something that Sue, it could, maybe the chamber. Again, it depends on the plumbing underneath. And like, we can't ever look at the plumbing. We can only guess at what's down there. And with certain things, with seismic monitoring and so on, again, it's they think, okay, well, it should be doing this or it should be doing that, but again, it's up to Mother Nature what it did. And yes, Sue, Ragnar did that. It certainly did. It would go quiet for a few days, and then all of a sudden we had massive plumes again. So a little on the scary side in that sense, but it is what it is. Anyway, let's get this over to the other stuff here. I'm going to stop our ticker, and we'll get rid of that for now and remove the USGS thing. And we will pop over to our stuff from there. Let me get that screen the right size. Nope, not that size. How about this size? That'll work. Okay, there is, of course, the lava pond that's inside Kilauea's crater. Not Mauna Loa, but Kilauea. And of course, for those who have been following along, we know that this has broken off here a few days ago, and we see it there. We do see some lava right here. So our primary lava tube that was coming in here seems to have moved over a little bit, and we are seeing a little bit of lava, and that actually looks like lava on the edge rather than right down in the bottom of the crater. And we see it kind of building up here in this pool. This has already hardened, and we're seeing it crack. So big difference in what we've had before. So this is kind of really weird to see. The cracking here looks like, to me it looks a little bigger, but we don't have anybody out there measuring it, so we don't know. Seeing a little bit of smoke coming out of the toe area over here, interesting as well. Wondering what's going on in there. We know this is over 5 meters down, so that is missing a lot of lava that used to sit in there. Pardon me. And anyway, that lava obviously went somewhere, and we'll see what happens. And this was from 6:41 a.m. Let's Hawaii time, that is. Let's take a look at it right now. And this is revised. Okay, we see that we've had more of a breakout over here, and that material is now kind of dropped down off the edge here. And we do see a couple of little spots of lava right there, but nothing major going on. So a little bit more breakage of the back end of the lava pool, and that is kind of weirdish. A little better view of the width of this crack, and then again we still see gases coming off, and it's hard to tell if that's actually coming out of the toe area. But we do see some gassing come off of this material that is sitting here in the lava pond. So yeah, it is super low. And looking at the other shot, 6:44 a.m. is what we've seen here. The primary vent was underneath here. The Hornito was here, and it used to feed the lava tube in that direction. We do still see a lot of smoke in this shot. going around the entire caldera. And we'll refresh that, take a look at it in daylight, and there it is. And we do see some new smoke here on the bottom. This is odd, different, weird. Still from the primary vent, and we're seeing more smoke from this spot again. Still lots of smoke coming off of the higher area up top here. Still makes you wonder what's going on. And then you can see all the way around here, we still are seeing some smoke. We don't see too much on the ends here anymore, pluming up. We were seeing it before, but right now in the sunlight, definitely notice that there is nothing over there that is off-gassing. So things have changed again, and that is always interesting. Of course, that picture is still stuck, that camera not working. And no, we're going to go to the thermal. So this one from 6:42 a.m. Primary vent is underneath here. There's your hornito, and the lava tube would have been underneath that. And here's that little bit of fresh new lava. The rest seems to be cooling off, and you can see the big color difference. So a lot of loss of lava from there. And no glow from the toe area at all. Let's put it to our current one, and that is this right now, and a little bit brighter because of sunlight and stuff. But again, you see a little bit more lava right there. Kind of makes you wonder if there is still a little bit of flow there, but not very much. This side, of course, lit up a little bit. There's your hornito area, and again, we don't see anything, and still see some bright glowing areas though all the way through this picture. Of course, those are a lot hotter than the other stuff, but you can see your temperature gradients on the side here. Gives you a pretty good idea of what you're looking at. Anyway, for those who want to look at these thermals on your own and stuff like that, you can go to Hawaii, the Hawaii map that we have. And so I just type in Hawaii map and the link will come up. And our next shot here is, of course, I got this one from this morning. That is a beautiful sunrise of the Mauna Loa caldera. And that is at 6:36 a.m. And that looked pretty awesome. Let's see what it looks like right now. If we refresh that, that is it. Right now it's 16:36, and that is pretty calm looking as far as I can tell. So that is what we've got there. If we go to, let's see, where's my, not that one, not this one, not this one. Hang on, I got it in here somewhere. Here's our flow. We already discussed that at the beginning of the show. Of course, this is the report from the 8th, which is basically showing the stuff on the 7th. If we go back, and today is the 9th, they won't have the 9th out until tomorrow. But for this one here, though, I just want to point that out. The flow from Fissure 3 that had been coming out of here. This is about where they're seeing the flow move to. That is in bright lava. It says a flow outbreak at 10 a.m. at this point. That means it breached its corners here and probably flowed out. So we'll see a little bit of infill into the areas that it didn't get to. And the other thing to look at here is we see the flow front is now not advancing very quickly at all towards Saddle Road, and we do see some outbreaks with the lava flowing off to the sides here, and that is pretty interesting to see that. Let's see, where is our I'm missing something. I'm missing my map. Hawaii map. Anyway, that's okay. We don't need the Hawaii map. I was going to say let's bring up the thermal for this, but we really don't need to bring up the thermal for this. It's not going to tell us much. But you can use that Hawaii map. There's a bunch of indicators on there where those cameras are, and you can take a look at the still cams. And if you want to look at the still cams, this is the link for them from USGS, and there are the all the Mauna Loa webcams. And if we go through that real quick, I'm going to refresh that one just so we have it all brand new, and then we will scroll through them. Hang on, let's see if we can fix that. There we go. And as we scroll through, these are different cameras, different views, and pretty awesome looking. And it shows you a date and time on each of the pictures, and what the area was that we were looking at. This is Fisher number 3, of course, and that's kind of what it was there. This one is North Rift Zone uplift view, and that is cam 6. Interesting shot right into the sun, so hard to see what's going on. This one is cam 4, and same thing with up there. Hard to see what we're looking at, but nothing seems to be on fire or lit up in those areas. These are some of the longer distance shots, and there you're in clouds with some of it. And here is the shot. This is from over on Mauna Kea, and there is your event there, and the flow that came down went over here. I do believe that is the observatory. I'm not 100% sure, but the flow has come down in this area, if I'm correct. The other day it was well defined. Actually, it might be this here. It was well defined when it was lit up. It's not so defined when it's not lit up. And this one is, where's this one from? Summit of Mauna Loa, I guess. No, that's from Mauna Kea, looking at Mauna Loa from the summit up on top where the observatories are. So gives you some pretty cool shots there, you guys, and you are welcome to. Oh, they do have the thermal there. You can take a look at that as well. Gives you a pretty good idea of what is going on. Keeps you informed if you want to see some of the action there in the still shots anyway. And yeah, there's another one. This is kind of a neat shot. I didn't see this before from the M2 cam, and you can definitely see a row of vents all the way along here, and that is pretty cool. And then a flow pattern right there. So pretty awesome. And what is this one? This is another one, Southwest Rift Zone, the one that's not active, and that's what we see there. So again, those are pretty cool for you guys to be able to look at, and looks pretty awesome. I'm gonna scroll that back up to the top so I know where I am, and we will go over to the Hawaii earthquakes real quick. We're not going to do anything major with them. A matter of fact, I think we won't worry too much about a lot of the earthquakes today. I think we'll be concerned with what's going on in Piggy's area, and of course Piggy's home got a little bit of a collapse in the roof there, or ceiling, and that's not good. And of course Kermit is in the hospital. Okay, this is something interesting, and you know, when we say a volcano is over, we've got absolutely no more quakes up there. None over here at Mauna Loa today. In the last 24 hours, no earthquakes. So what does that tell you? That is something pretty bizarre. And looking at here, the Pahala area, though still a little bit active. A few quakes, 1.7 there from 7:09. This one, a 2.1 from 4:41 a.m. This newest one, a 2.0 from 1922 their time or our time or something. Anyway, the 2.1 in here, 2.5. 2.4, that kind of thing, 1.9, 2.0, a little bigger there, 2.3, the one right next to a town, to Pahala, and there's the town of Pahala right there. This one just a little ways away at 1.8, another 1.7, and there we go, 1.9, and a 2.4 out here. So all very small little shakers that I doubt that anybody there would have even noticed. And we only had one little quake over here towards our Kilauea, and that is pretty quiet too. And that makes a kind wonder. So what the heck is going on? Anyway, 1.8 at 10:33, and that was 3.1 kilometers below sea level. We're going to leave that be, zoom out a little bit. I do just want to check a couple of these new ones here. Fiji 4.6 from 1931, and that's 580 kilometers down. This over on the other side here, Chile 4.6, and that was from 1:06 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that one. This one is up in Ecuador, 4.5. And that was from 2024 and 55.3 kilometers down. We do see a larger one here in Puerto Rico, 4.1. Typically, they get smaller ones in the normal zone over here. 3.3 is pretty big too for that area. We do still see some here in Texas, 2.1. Don't know why that's still going off. That's crazy. 2.5 here in Fort Bidwell, California, and that is okay for that guy. And when we look over here in the Malaysian area, we see what we've got. Papua New Guinea 4.6 from 10:51, 10 clicks down. Another one in that same area, 4.3. We already looked at, well, this Fiji one, we already got him. There's nothing else here in New Zealand either. And sliding over, this is near Krakatau, and that is Indonesia, 4.7 in magnitude. Yesterday's from 23:55. These bigger ones here, 5.6 in the Philippines, from 13:01, 73.9 clicks down. We got a 4.6 there from yesterday. Bigger ones right there, 5.8 in the Philippines as well from yesterday, 23:32 for him. And then we got a 4.9 there, sliding up. That's also Philippines. This one, Japan, or the islands of Japan, 4.3 from 15:44, 46.4 kilometers down. Then this one, 4.2 from 16:54, and that one is quite deep, 451 kilometers down. Just outside of Tokyo, this one here, 4.2 from 14:37, 118 clicks down, and on the other side of the island, that ridge goes right through there, or a fault, and we see this one, 4.1. as well, and that's 245 kilometers down. Happened yesterday at 20:46, and one more up here, 4.2, and that is about it. Over here we got Tajikistan from today, 18:22 for 4.0, and another one hiding underneath, 4.3, and they are both from today. And then, of course, in Piggy's area there, 4.2 in Greece. We also have this guy here, northern Mid-Atlantic ridge, and that is right near the Azores. Azores are here, and that's where that is. This one is a little further south, 5.2. So that's pretty much it for earthquakes. We're going to skip the rest of the stuff there's really nothing new in our wonderful Canary Islands. So we'll leave it at that. I'm going to put you back to the live shot in Hawaii, and let's see if we can find that. Where did we go? I got so many windows open, I gotta find it. It's here somewhere. Hawaii, where'd you go? Might be here. Let's try that one. Nope. This one. Nope. How about that one? There we go. That is Hawaii, fissure number 3, Mauna Loa, and we will get that screen a little bit bigger. Hang on. That would be, no, how about that? There we go. So we'll leave that one in there, and that is all good. We'll turn that little thing back on so you know where you're at. And on that friendly note, don't go away, you guys. We've seen another bunny at the bunny feeding station, and Dr. Fox son. Dr. Fox san? I don't know. Anyway, it is time for a break, you guys. So don't go away. Keep smiling. Be good. Hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. Anyway, I'm your host, Dr. Fox san. No, DrFox2000 out here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Be good, be kind, and I will be back in about 5 minutes. Here comes some music. Thanks. go. The microphone is back on. And yeah, everybody's kind of going, where's everything going? Where's all the lava? And, for the lava that got expelled, obviously we know where it is. It's laying on top of the ground. But as far as that stuff that's missing, where did it go? I mean, we had pipes full of lava going all the way down to that floor of that volcano. It's got to be somewhere. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs, and we need a dock app. I got the hiccups, you guys. This is going to be fun. Oh boy, I hope they stop. Thank you, Sue, for the welcome back, and Teresa, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart saying, I hear you, DrFox2000. Oh, there we go. That was my best Sharon Stewart impersonation. I've never heard her voice, so I don't know what she actually sounds like. And thank you, Kevin Haynes. And C&D boy, what are you getting me into here? Ask Doc. What are you going to ask me? Like, where's the lava? I have no idea. I'm being honest. Pretty good. More melodious, though. Oh, I'm more melodious? Way to go, Sharon. Or that was supposed to be the other way around. There you go. No worry. No worries. It's all good. Anyway, as we can see, yeah, sure. Oh, so you see that smoke, of course, that is actually behind the back side of that fissure, and the lava, of course, was coming out in the front area here. And we don't see the lava anymore, and we see all that smoke and pluming there of just smoke and gas and bad stuff, SO2 and other carbon dioxide down there probably too. I wouldn't want to be there trying to breathe, but that is what we see, you guys, and that is kind of makes you wonder what are we going to have in the future, right? And we'll see how everything goes, and we'll take a look at it. Anyway, we keep seeing flashing and stuff like that. Why is the picture getting all fuzzy? And I think it's because the camera is not able to cope with that sun shining at it. Let's see, or did it switch quality? No, it didn't switch quality. It's still where it is, but yeah, it makes that look a little fuzzy with the sunlight hitting right into the camera. Anyway, we'll go over to our weather maps. As we mentioned, there is the SO2 map, and I want to get on the map. There we go. And just double checking my bit rates still okay here. So yep, camera is facing west into the setting sun, and there's our SO2. I just refreshed this to get a better idea of what's going on. Of course, Hawaii right there, and we know that a couple days ago or yesterday, that was on the 7th, it was measured that the SO2 output was at 130,000 tons per day, but yeah, I'm certain that it's dropped way down. We do see that the plumes that have made it all the way across are starting to dwindle and dissipate somewhat. So things are starting to get cleaned up by Mother Nature a little bit, as some of the rain is washing the SO2 out of the air and ending up in the oceans and on land. And of course, that ends up with acid rain, depending on how heavily it comes down. Hopefully, not too bad, and everything will dilute, and we won't worry about too much of it. So, looking at it though, we do see these plumes. You know, the regular places like here in the Kamchatka is still working. quick peek down here. Suwanosejima is down here. A little bit of a plume from it, and Sakurajima definitely still off-gassing pretty heavy. Not anywhere near as much from Ibu and Dakono. We see Semeru has picked up pace a little bit, so Semeru a little more SO2. Merapi is still in the game as well. Don't see anything from Krakatau. Most of that is from our Jakarta area. If we slide back over the other way, there's a Melbourne area, the refineries down there, and then of course for the Sydney area, north of Sydney, there's some coking plants. Not so much here in New Zealand. Looks pretty good. White Owl volcano right there. And this is a little bit weird because why are we getting this strange plume? And I don't know if that's coming from here or if we have Tofua and maybe Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai is giving off some gas as well with the extra material there, or is that just stuff from Hawaii rolling in? We do see that we have here in Vanuatu, Aoba still doing its thing as well, and then there's the other one in Vanuatu as well that is kicked in, and we'll not worry about him, just a small guy for now. So that's kind of what we're seeing in those areas. China pretty normal, and in India, of course, is getting some of that Hawaiian gas as well. And then, of course, looking down on the bottom of Africa, not bad there. That's from the gold smelting plants. DR Congo here is doing its thing, 2 volcanoes and some coking plants as well. Urta Ale would be right about here. So hard to tell with the rest of everything. And normally you don't see anything here in the Sahara Desert, but we do today. And of course we have a very difficult time even making out how much is coming from Mount Etna, and that is very very hard to see. Let's see what's on that camera, and oh, is that what's going on there right now? Mount Etna, oh, that's an hour ago. That's actually a pretty good picture. I wonder if yeah, that is interesting. I didn't know Mount Etna was doing that. Let me take a look at that real quick. And they say that's an hour ago. I wonder which camera view that's on. I'll have to take a look and see if I can find that for later. Maybe that's one of the other views that I don't have brought up, or they've changed things on me. But that's okay. We'll continue on with what we're doing though. And definitely interesting looking, and nonetheless for most of this. And hopefully that if this shuts down now, we're going to see an improvement in the next week or so for all that to finally get washed out. It's going to take a couple of weeks probably, so we'll still get some pretty funky looking sunsets in most places in the planet, I guess, not just North America, but or the northern hemisphere. We're going to see it all over because it's really it's traveled everywhere. We see it go down to South America, and of course in Africa. Most of it, though, like to be honest, is still in the northern hemisphere, which is pretty interesting. I'm surprised we're not getting a little bit more looping down to the southern hemisphere. Anyway, let's go over and have a look at our weather. I'm not going to make this too long, so Alaska showing a little bit colder, and northern territories here quite cold. A little warmer in the prairie provinces and British Columbia. Of course, British Columbia's got that low off the coast, getting nailed again with some more stuff. And looking here, we see the cold infiltrated with this high into northern Ontario, and what we see there in Quebec, and moving into Labrador as well. we don't see too cold of temperatures, and we got 5 or 6 there in Vancouver, and about 2 or 3, 4 degrees, depending on where you are on the rock, or Vancouver Island. It's what it is. Minus 13, minus 14 here in Edmonton right now. And looking at Winnipeg, they're only minus 2, but I can assure you that's going to change. Toronto coming in at about minus 3, and that's what we've seen there. Montreal, minus 8. Quebec, minus 12, minus somewhere thereabouts. Half of New Brunswick is cold, the other half a little bit warmer, and Cole Harbour, of course, 3 degrees where Sue is, and we can see the reason why is this lows here churning this stuff up, but these lows need to go away, and we need to see that flow come back up north here, because they're making everybody else cold, and that's kind of what we see over there. Going over Portland, making it to 5 degrees. San Jose, down on the bottom here, is about 11. LA coming in at 11 as well. And let's see, for what we've got in Death Valley, I think probably about 11 there as well. In Death Valley, Mexicali only making it to 14. And we'll see in a second. Thanks, Sue. 11 in Phoenix, 10 in Tucson, so that's about 50 degrees, 52 degrees there, 50 degrees here, Fahrenheit. Death Valley, 12 degrees, okay, 53 degrees, so there you go. And looking at New Mexico, kind of a mixed bag down in the southeastern corner, still quite warm, but the rest of it very cool. And then we get down here in the bottom end of Texas, fairly warm. We've got 22 there in Corpus Christi, 21 in San Antonio, 22 in Houston, 21 in Austin, Dallas coming in at 17 Celsius, so not so bad. Sliding over here, looking at New Orleans, about 19, 20 degrees. Looks like they're in a circulation right here. I wonder if that should be a high in there, I think. If we look at it, no, there's a low pressure there and a low pressure here. And it's hard to see which way the wind currents. There's got to be something sitting right there. Anyway, we see that air streaming in and trying to keep things going. Down in the southern tip of Florida wasn't too bad, but as soon as you start going up, it looks like the Carolinas cooled off. We've got South Carolina about a maximum about 12, 13 degrees out by the coast, and we get closer to Grandma B's house, and we only see about 6 degrees Celsius there, so just in the very low 40s, if anything, for them. And sliding up, New York only making it to about 2 degrees, Boston coming in at 0 or 1, and of course sneaking back over here to Halifax at 3, about the same, a little cooler than Cole Harbour. But going down, looking there, only 24 in Cancun right now, not that warm. And looking at the other side, Mazatlan only making it to 23. We see the Baja is cooling off again. Not so good. Sliding through Central America, not bad. We start to see some heat there in Colombia. And of course the higher elevations are the mountains and stuff. We're expecting them to be colder, but we see 25. These are nighttime temperatures, so this is actually pretty awesome for 25, 26 for nighttime. It's not till you get down here to Paraguay where you start to see the numbers really rise. We got 32, 33 degrees in some spots. Uruguay making it up to 35 in some places. Wow. Or sorry, not Uruguay. Argentina. This is Uruguay. They're only making it to 31. But still, that is pretty darn nice. And we see that it is still fairly cool in Rio de Janeiro. Not quite so cool, or a little colder there in Sao Paulo. and we'll leave South America alone and go over to on this wonderful place, New Zealand, and looks like the eastern side of New Zealand is a lot warmer. White, let's see, hang on here, Christchurch. Oh, 25 degrees in Christchurch right now. The western side is probably getting nailed with some rain again. Well, we know it's raining there. We've seen it. So Wellington 18 or 16, and then we've got again 24, 25 in some spots in the North Island. Auckland coming in at about 22 degrees, and up here towards where our Grand Z is from is about 24, 25. So pretty awesome. And a quick peek at our Tasmanian area, 15 in Hobart. Looks like it is starting to warm up there again. And looking at what we see at 23, 24 in Melbourne, Australia right now. Where's Grand Z? Grand Z is over here, roughly up in that corner. But I don't know where he is right now. He's somewhere there, somewhere where I circled it. I have no idea where he is, really, truly, but in that area. 27, 28 there in Adelaide today, coming at 19 up in Sydney, a little bit cooler, and 27 home of Oz, 27 in Brisbane. And that's what we see over there. And before we get to the heat area, we'll look at Perth, 20 degrees. Now, let's take a look here and feast our eyes upon some hot temperatures. 44 degrees we see right there. And that is absolutely crazy. That will turn anywhere into a desert when we have those kinds of temperatures. 43, 44. And yeah, you better have some lots of liquid with you if you're going to drive in the outback, you guys. That is just a killer heat. And I can understand why people would sit back and not want to do too much when it is that hot. Sliding into our other areas, though, let's get back over to Fiji and those areas. Fiji 26. Vanuatu coming in at about 28, New Caledonia 28 as well. We see some hotter areas there in Papua New Guinea, and that is not unusual. And then we see getting quite warm down here in Java. They've got some really good temps, and some of the other islands here looking pretty good as well. And let's see, Bangkok will be somewhere around 29, 30, 31. Sue brought it up, says 31 and 66% humidity. That is pretty interesting and hot. And there we go. Summer is coming for those guys. 29 down there in Manila, depending on where you're pointing, 29, 30. And we see the Taiwan, kind of a mixed bag, and looks like a little bit warmer down on the bottom end of Japan, making it up to 17. That's better than that 13 they had yesterday. And the rest of Japan, Tokyo coming in at 14. Top end here gets into the low single digits really quick, and then you get into the minus temperatures. I don't even want to go here. Look at that. Minus 21, that is horrible. And Kamchatka Peninsula is what that was. Anyway, we see India is still fairly cool. Delhi only 12, 13 degrees. And Sri Lanka in about 24, 25. Bay of Bengal still holding pretty good. And we got on the other side here, Yegang, as they call it, there about 29 degrees. South Africa, Cape Town, 18 degrees there today, a little better. Madagascar still doing okay, and we see a normal heat for nighttime. It's actually quite warm, And we see the Sahara Desert, they're getting some heat back in it for nighttime as well. Yet Cairo still only coming in about 12 degrees, not very good. UAE is kind of dwindling with temperatures as well. They're not used to having 18 degrees. That is going to freeze them, and even colder in Oman and of course Yemen and some places. Did we see actually single digits in here? Holy mackerel. So yeah, a little bit on the definitely down to 10. I thought I seen a 9 in there, but yeah, that's still quite cool for them anyway. Baghdad coming in about 9-10 degrees as well. Here in Syria, a little cool as well, and eastern portions of Turkey not so good. And of course, looking at what we've got for temperatures and costs, and there we go, about 18-19 degrees there for our wonderful Piggy, and hopefully she's got everything figured out, and they'll get thank you, Sue, for bringing that up. 17 degrees for a Piggy right now, so that is all right. And again, we're hoping that Kermit will be okay with his the roof of his man cave collapsed, and we're thinking it's likely because of all these earthquakes they've been having, and finally wore out something and got it loosened up, and it dropped, and he's got a bunch of cuts that they have to keep clean on his head, and hopefully he'll be okay in the future. A little bit of a concussion there for Kermit, so hopefully he'll be all right. Kermit is Piggy's hubby, just so you know. That's not his real name, but that's what we nicknamed him, and it's easier that way. Piggy and Kermit, of course, you know. Anyway, France, single digits, not so good. And of course, Munich coming in at -1, a -2, -3 in Berlin, and of course a -3 in Hamburg. Amsterdam coming in at about -1 as well. Cologne about -2, and they're here in Brussels -2, Luxembourg -2, -3 as well. Going up to Copenhagen, they're actually +1, +2, so a little bit better, but still fairly cold. We do see the colder temps sneaking in there. Riga coming in at 7 today, and -7, that is, -5 there in St. Petersburg. And then, of course, we see here -4 in Stockholm, Sweden, and -9 in Oslo, Norway, and some really cold temps there in the higher elevations, and of course probably some snow around. England not quite as bad, but still minus temperatures. They are definitely getting a -4, -5. London only a -3 right now. That is unusual for those guys to get those colder temps, but hey, it can happen, and they can get snow on occasion as well. Looks like a little cooler in most of Scotland, other than right on the coast up top here, a little bit warmer yet. And of course, looking at Ireland, Irish monk territory, he is at about -1 right now, looking at things there, and going down to a -3 in some places. Iceland has be cold, very cold. And we are seeing a lot colder temperatures, a -5 in Reykjavik. And of course, if you're going to go look at the volcanoes, you're going to end up having to dress really warm, -4, -5 out in those regions as well. Let's do a quick thing here for our precipitation, and I'm going to do it real quick because I'm supposed to be taking a break. I'm not going to, but we're going to just wing this. Anyway, some snow up in the northern territories we see snow and different rain areas all the way along the western coast of North America, down to just about San Jose. Portland getting some rain and snow mix. Vancouver rain and snow mix. And of course out on the rock there as well, Vancouver Island. So that's all kind of contained there. We see a little bit of snow in Saskatchewan. Some snow in northern Ontario, but we don't see too much down in southern Ontario. We do have some flaking a little further to the east of Chicago, and in between Chicago and Detroit. They might be getting a little bit there. And Sue is going to get some snow. Sue, are you ready for snow? You're going to get some. And wind blowing from the Urals over England. Yep. And looking at what we've got down on the bottom end here, Oklahoma getting a little bit more rain. And here's that area here in, it's covering, looks like South Carolina, as well as a good portion of Georgia getting nailed. That's what we used to say when I got really cold back in the 70s. Okay. Anyway, we see Central America, actually not that much rain. Looking at our stuff in South America, you know, I'm surprised with the amount of heat that they've got in there, that they are still getting rain in that area, but that's good. That turns it tropical, keeps everybody happy. And we see the Amazon rainforest, you know, being nighttime, you don't get that much rain there, but still raining. And of course, we already seen what's going on in New Zealand. So we kind of got a pretty good idea. There's that low rotating around, hitting all that colder air against the mixing the cold and warm air, and that's really what's generating all this moisture. Looks like Tasmania is pretty dry. Most of Australia is dry, with the exception over here on the east side a little bit, not bad. And then looking at what we've got here in the Indonesian, Philippines, and Malaysian areas, very, very wet, all kinds of different storms all over the place. Looking at China, we do see some storms out in the ocean as well. Japan, China's a little bit of rain, not so bad there. Pardon me. And there we've got snow up in the northern portions of Japan, and we see snow in some areas of the Kamchatka Peninsula and that area. Looking at that storm that we seen yesterday, it did make landfall, and that didn't go back up the Bay of Bengal. It actually came down here and made landfall into India, so that's okay. And South African areas, looking at it is, you know, like I said, the rainy season. So they are getting some of that. Pretty dry in the Sahara yet. We do see here Riyadh actually getting some rain, and that is interesting. And they probably don't mind having a little bit of water there now and again. Pretty awesome. And looking at Piggy's area, hopefully she won't get any rain till they figure out what they got to fix in there. So hopefully the rains will hold off till they get some repairs done. Looking at our wonderful Sicily, might get some rain up on Etna, maybe even some snow, we'll see. And that is okay. And we do still see these wet areas here all along the bay here, I guess, whatever you want to call it, but looks like a lot of water. And Italy getting nailed, Rome getting nailed, and of course Sardinia, new Irish monk land, getting nailed with some storms as well. And in here, wow, this is desert. They are getting a rain, and of course here Morocco, and right through the Straits of Gibraltar, really whipping through there. Spain, quite wet right now, and in the highlands here between Spain and France, we're seeing some rain as well, and then of course the snow in the Alps, and that is to be expected a little bit in the bottom end of Germany as well. Munich showing about 3 centimeters of snow coming down. So fog in a lot of the other places. Looking real quick, we see some up here in Denmark, snow stuff, snow everywhere, and then of course, yeah, Finland, and of course Sweden. What do you expect? Snow, tons of snow. That's the way it is. Helsinki going to get what, 2 centimeters? That's 2 centimeters every 3 hours according to this. So yeah, that's pretty good. That's basically an inch every 3 hours. So if you've got 6 hours or say 10 hours of snow, then you'd have 20 inches of snow, and that's pretty cool. Yeah. Anyway, looking at a little bit of snow in Wales. Doesn't look like it's snowing most of England yet, but wait, it will. We do see some on the coastlines, and of course here in Scotland. And looking at Ireland and the northern portions here in Northern Ireland, they are getting some snow as well. And looking over here in this wonderful area of Iceland, and the eastern parts of Iceland getting some snow. The west is just cold, and that's all there's to it. All right, and that is kind of the forecasts, or what's going on around the world. It's not really a forecast of the future, but it is what's going on. Looking at our what I refer to as the equatorial storm, it is taking itself back and starting to rebuild again. We do see other storms off, in other places. We have this guy in the middle of the Atlantic here. That isn't a happy camper, and that is what when I was saying about the sea is rough there in the Canary Islands, not the Canary Islands, the Azores. This is it. It's doing a number on them, and that would be your Azores right here. So they are definitely getting thunderstruck, plus other things. Anyway, let's go look for the quick cold temperatures around the world. I'm going to check Antarctica first. And whoa, what happened there? How come I zoomed in so much? And there we go. Now already hit a minus 42, minus 43. BMAT, wow, to flush out you're a monk man. Oh, to flush. Oh, that's awesome, BMAT. Matt throws in the first super chat of the day. Thank you very kindly, just about at the end of the show, and that is awesome. I do appreciate that wonderful support. And yeah, minus 43 down here is what I see so far as the low, and I don't see anything colder. Let me just snoop around a little bit. There might be a cold patch here somewhere that I missed. Minus 41, 42, oh, minus 44. Okay, I got a minus 44 right there. Do we have anything colder? And let's look for another cold patch. And no, that all looks warmer. Yeah. So minus 44 is what I see there for the cold temp on the southern end of our planet. Let's go into Canada and see what we've got up there. And whoa, a minus 45 right off the bat up here, and that is pretty nasty. Where was that? It seemed minus 45 when I was on there. I missed it now. Maybe here? No. Minus 41. There's minus 45. That is pretty cold. Let's see if there's anything colder in that area. If we zoom in a little bit, will we find it? Minus 3, 43, minus 46, minus 47. There we go. And that is plenty cold. Okay, so minus 47 in that part of the world. And so we had, what, minus 44 down below there, minus 47 up here in Canada. Let's go to Siberia. We will find what the really cold temperatures are. That's got to be a place where we freeze to death. Already minus 53 right there. Holy mackerel. And I can't see, you know, your eyeballs will freeze shut with those kinds of temperatures. Yeah, minus 52, minus, let's check these rivers. They get really cold. Minus 54, minus 55. Wow. And that is, yeah, minus 55. Do we have anything colder? And I think that is about it. I don't see anything colder than minus 55 right now. Let's see if we find minus 56. And we'll just sneak around here and look. 48, no, 49. Starts to warm up over there. Ooh, we've seen a minus 50 something right in that area too. Yeah, minus 50. No, not seeing it unless there's a flow or a river or something there. No, that's not gonna get any colder. So yep, I think that's about it for our hunting for cold temperatures today. And I think that is cold enough. Yep, I found minus 44 in Antarctica and minus 47 in northern Canada and minus 55 in Siberia. So, that's exactly what, is that what Sue got? That's what Sue got. Minus 44 Antarctica, minus 47. That's exactly the same. Cool. All right, it's a tie. It's a tie everywhere. And you're giving me frostbite, Sue. Oh, unless we find something colder. But you're not going to see it at the coastline. You're going to see it interiors is where it is. And just imagine, though, waking up in the morning to minus 55 degrees Celsius. That is totally too cold for me. Anyway, total a tie all the way around in the frozen world. And there you go. And thanks, C&D Boy, the first place trophies. Yeah, hopefully feeding those mammoths and the reindeer aren't going to be too bad. We'll do airdrops. And as far as the penguins, we'll go feed them by hand. I'm sure they'll be okay. On those friendly notes, that's it. Time to wrap it up, you guys. Going to put you back on Mauna Loa, see if that stream is still going. We do see a glow coming back. We do still see a little bit of lava flow from our wonderful Mauna Loa there in Hawaii. And with the angle and everything, we do see that. I don't know if that's actual flow. I'm going to try to look at it a little bit bigger on the other screen here and see. And Yeah, yeah, there is flow and there's a little bit of spatter in there. We can see that popping up every once in a while. So she's not dead yet, Jim. She's not dead. And that's what we're seeing. It is pretty awesome to see that, though. Anyway, that's it. We're going to wrap it up for today. So, lava is back at Fissure 3. Yeah, a little bit, and we'll see. Maybe it'll recover a little bit more, and we'll see some more flow. Remember what I was talking about? You know, we used to see the subsidence and then pulsation from a lot of these volcanoes. Could be clearing the pipes and trying it again. We'll see what happens. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here today. Do appreciate it. It's a Friday night, and glad that you were all on board, and glad that you all enjoyed the show. I see that we got 121 likes on the screen. I also see that we got 7 new members. In other words, 7 memberships were handed out. So Thor gifted 1, and Kevin Haynes gifted 1, and of course Dr. Fox gifted a 5-pack, and that was very awesome of him, and not to take away from Thor or Kevin. They're pretty awesome too. And Klaus is putting up the Santa Claus hat. I like that. Good on Klaus. And of course, William BMAT threw in that only super chat for today, a $10 one, which is still great. Appreciate it. And that is awesome, you guys. So thank you kindly all for being here. And really, I do appreciate each and every one of you. All of you are a part of our wonderful lava family. So let's not forget that. Keep smiling, be happy, be kind, and it doesn't matter if you are a member of the Lavaliers or not. You are still part of our wonderful family, and that is what really, really counts here. And we do have some good friendships developed over time in this chat, and I'm very proud of that. And you know, I'm not trying to blow my own horn. I think I've built something pretty good here. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here, and please take care of yourselves. A big thank you to my moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, and C&D Boy, and Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, as well as Lucas and Joseph, and a few of these others that are hiding in the background sometimes. Thank you, moderators. I really do appreciate all of you for what you do here. So thanks. And on that note, I'm going to say again, thank you to each and every one of you. Be kind, take care of yourselves, and please, don't want to be the only one? The only super chat or the only one? So far, you're the only one super chatting. Thank you very kindly there, PMAT William. That is awesome, and that is really cool. So thank you, and appreciate that, PMAT. That's great and generous support from you, and I really do appreciate it, buddy. Thanks. All right, you guys, I will leave that as is, and be good, be kind, and take care of yourselves, and please, most of all, heed my words, please. Tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Good night, everyone. And we'll see you all tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow is Saturday, and the show starts early. Keep you company. Haha. Thanks a bunch. Thank you very kindly, Sharon Stewart, for throwing in that $21 super chat. And appreciate it. Sharon Stewart, just writing that down. And thank you kindly, Sharon. That's awesome. And okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Nice stuff, you guys. awesome, and I appreciate it really a bunch. Okay, be good, be kind, take care, and like I said, make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised, and it can happen so quickly that you could lose someone. So remember that, and please make sure you do, okay? Take care, everyone, and good night. Love you all, and we'll see you tomorrow. The show starts 3 hours earlier tomorrow, so be there and keep smiling. Good night, everyone. Oink, oink.